All right, so shalom, again. I'll just recap what just happened in the last 2 hours, and this is what happened. We're looking at the Prophecies of Abraham by Joseph Dumas, and we're trying to prove whether the things in this book are true. So the first thing to prove is, how old is Abraham when the covenant was made? When Jehovah made a covenant with Abraham, or he made a covenant with Jehovah, or when they made a covenant. Yeah, it says Jehovah made a covenant with Abraham, and we're trying to find out how old he was. The year I got for when he was born is 1724, according to the book of Jasher. And so when you look at the timeline from the book of Jasher, it says that Abraham was 50 years old when he left Haran. Abraham arrives in Canaan at age 55. In the third year of Abraham, when he was in Canaan, Noah dies. Abraham was 58 at the time. Now, in the fifth year of Abraham in Canaan, Sodom and Gomorrah rebel against the king of Elam. Abraham is 60 years old. And it says, in the 10th year of Abraham in Canaan, Nimrod, the king of Shinar, and Kedor Laomer, king of Elam, warred. Abraham is now 65 years old. It says, in the 15th year that Abraham was in Canaan, Abraham is now 70 years old. He made sacrifices to Jehovah. This could be the covenant, but it's not 100% certain, because what happens is that Abraham returns to Haran to live with his mother and father for 5 years, and now he is 75 years old when he returns to Canaan, because he stays in Haran, he returns there at the age of 70, lives there for 5 years with his parents, but then is told to go back to Canaan. So he goes there at 75 years old, and he built another altar. And it says that this altar is still in the plains of Mamre. So how do we know when that was done? We don't really know. We'd have to look in the scriptural account. And so let's look. Where can we find that? Just going to see if I can find it myself. It's probably in Genesis this. Then we would have it when the covenant was made. So Genesis 11, that's the Tower of Babel. So it's not that. Oh, wow. I just noticed something I didn't notice before. Such a quick verse. Basically, I think it confirms everything that Jasher everything I read there. It says here that, right here, Terah took Abram his son and Lot and led them out of the land of Chaldees to go into Canaan. And they came as far as Haran, and they dwelt there. All the days of Terah were 205. So he died in Haran. So they out of your land, and out of the house of your father. So this sounds like the part in Joshua where it says he went back to live with his parents, and he's saying go back to Canaan. That's when he was 75. He returns to Canaan. So he traversed the land. I'll give this land to you. And then he built an altar there. But it doesn't say that the altar still stands. So that's one altar. And this is where the famine is. And if we look at Jasher, it also says there's a famine in Egypt as well. So it's lining up now. Lines up with Genesis 12. And then following chapter 13 lines up with, actually, 16 lines up with 12 as well. Lines up with Genesis 12 to 13. All right. That's all fine and good. And then it says here, there was a strife between Abraham and Lot. And that says here that they did have a strife. Lines up with 16, and Abraham was 75 at this time. And after he rescues Lot, he is now 78. And then when he was 85, Sarah gave him her handmaid, Hagar, or Hagar. So, and it says he built an altar, which is the one in Mamre. So that that kind of is a little, doesn't match up with. This is the one. Sounds like the one in. Excuse me. Sounds like the one in 13, 18. That sounds like the one in Genesis 13, 18. So I'm going to say Genesis 13, 18. So it's reporting it late, as it already happened way back. So it sounds like, or maybe you just built another altar there. I can't really say. Lot. So they kidnapped Lot. So it's Genesis 14. I'll put your Genesis 14. Genesis 14. And then he rescues him. And this is where it says, look to heaven, and Abraham believed Elohim and was counted to him for righteousness. And that's where he had that's the covenant pretty much. The covenant of the parts. They call it the parts. But it doesn't give an age. It just says this happened. Okay, this lines up with 16. This is chapter 16 now. Genesis 16. So I'm going to put here Genesis 16 for Hagar when he was 85. Genesis 16. What will he give me? Okay, it says here, Abraham believed Elohim. So that I'm looking for the verse, Abraham believed Elohim. It was counted to him for righteousness. So if I could find that, then we know that's the exact verse. But otherwise, it's hard to say which one it is. So 13:17 is the first one where he makes a covenant in Jasher. So if it says that, then you know that's the one. I'll give this land to you. Walk before me, be perfect. I'll give you this land. You shall come to your fathers in good age. He built an altar, called upon Jehovah, the name of Jehovah, and he brought up sacrifices. And at that time, Abram returned and went to Haran. So he went back to Haran. So that's not the one, because it doesn't say that it was counted to him as righteousness. So that isn't the one. So I'm going to erase that. It's not the covenant one. So yeah, he went back to Haran. Then he builds another one in 13:26. It says, Abram went and returned to Canaan, according to the word of Jehovah. And it says, he pitched his tent and he built a altar. And that's it. It doesn't describe any of the conversation that took place. So we have to look at the next one. Where is it? That's 16. If I can find another instance. There's another instance of a covenant or an altar or some kind of discussion. Another discussion. Yeah. What is this you're doing to me? Oh, this is Abraham talking a lot. So that's their dispute. And then okay. So this is where he buys the land. No, that's not it. No, 78 years. Okay. So he rescues Lot. At that time, Jehovah appeared to Abram. Do not fear, your word is great to me, for I will not leave you until I have multiplied you. Like the stars in heaven, I will give to your seed these lands, and I'll give them an inheritance. Only be strong. So that is 16:20. Jehovah says, appeared to Abraham again. And reiterates, I will not leave you until I have multiplied you and blessed you and made your seed like the stars in heaven. Seed like promises to him. To give him the lands, to multiply seed like the stars in heaven, and to give him the land. So if it says that in the other ones, then we know it's just repetition. But if it doesn't, then this is probably the one that we were looking for. So let's go back one more time to the first one, which is 13:17, where he needs sacrifices. 13:17 says here, Jehovah appeared to Abram. I am Jehovah. Walk before me perfect, keep my commands. To your seed I'll give this land for inheritance. So yeah, I'll give you the land, and you'll go with your fathers, inherit it. Okay, so this is it. I'll give you the land, and you'll go to your fathers in peace and good age. So I have to put down these promises here. What verse is this? 17. Give you the land. Okay. I'll put here, give you the land and good age. You will die in good age. Basically, that's what it means. Good old age. Put there. And say old, but that's pretty much what it means. Good old age with your fathers. A good age. I'll just keep it as good age because I want to put my own words in there. You will go to your fathers in good age. Go to your fathers in good age. And the next one is 13:26. He builds the altar. Doesn't say anything what was told him. Right? I don't think so. 13:26. Oh, it does say something. Whoops. Okay. He pitched his tent. And you'll appear to him, I will give you this land. Well, that's what he just says, I'll give you the land. Okay. Appeared to Abraham in verse 28, 26, 28. I will give you this land. So now we have to check. We have to check Genesis now and see which one is it talking about. Now that we know these promises, we can match them up. So 13:18, I think, is the first one. Okay, so what? This is after Lot was separated from him. Okay, so they were just separated, according to the Septuagint. And then he rescues him. Yeah, that's where it is, right? Yeah, they took Lot, and then he rescues him. So that's 14. What does it say here? In a vision. So this is the one. Genesis 15 is the one after he appears to him. So it's Genesis 15. That lines up with 15. So it was 78, between 75 to 78. So you know what? I cannot say that he was. But they had a dispute. I'm going to say he was 78. That just makes sense. He couldn't be. See, he couldn't be. Doing the math, we know Abraham was 85 when the chapter 16 took place, right? But we do not know the year of the covenant, but it was after 75 and before 85. This is very important. So, what Joseph Dumont says is that there's no biblical proof as to the ages, so I'm going to say he was 80. So he just chooses 80 just to, like, a rough estimate. That's an estimate. But in Jasher, it says he was already 78 when right after he rescues Lot. So that's why I'm going with 78. Okay, so I'm going to settle with that and continue with the fact checking. But before I continue reading the prophecies of Abraham, I'm going to look at the Jubilee cycle of how old or what year was this? It says year. I have 1802. So I have 1802 when the covenant was made. 1802 when the covenant was made. So that puts us in the 37th Jubilee cycle. So I'll put here 37th. Either way, however you calculate it, 37th Jubilee cycle. And then 430 years later would be the giving of the Torah. So we have to see, does that line up with the narrative? And I have 2232, which would bring us to 2232 is the 46th Jubilee cycle. 46th Jubilee cycle. I have 2232. Going by the 430 years after. Does that make sense? 78 plus 1724. Let me just do the math one more time because I feel like maybe my numbers might be off, but I don't want. Let's just double check one more time. 1724, right? That's the number I have. And then if you add the number of how old he was, which is 78 years old, you get 1802, which is what I have. And then if you add 430 years to the giving of the law, 2232, right? So I'm at the 46th Jubilee cycle. So now back to the prophecies of Abraham. What did he get here in the book? Oh boy, I got a lot of mess going on. Might need to get a box. Balance it like that. Okay, let's see. Right, so I'm continuing on. So according to the book of the Prophecies of Abraham here, it says that he was 80, but then so when you add that number, you get, there's no biblical proof of the ages. I'm going to say the covenant was made when he was 80, and then 430 years later, he left Egypt at the time of Isaac being mistreated by Ishmael would start when he was 10. So 400 years later would be the time they left Egypt. So they doing the math. He has the year 2458. So I'll just put in brackets Prophecies of Abraham. It says 2458. So that is a difference of 226 years difference. And I think we had that same difference even at the birth of when Abraham was born. Yeah, 1948 is the year that is in the prophecies of Abraham. So I'm gonna just put a star there. I can see it better. And then for the time from Adam to Abraham, the book has the year 1948. That's also a difference of 200. Because I got 24, right? So 224 years difference. So we have a difference of, so there's now because I said 78, actually not me, it was Jasher. Book of Jasher said 78, and then the estimation on the book was 80, just to pick a number, really. And then, so, and then he uses the mistreatment by Ishmael. When did that begin? Because he's saying that the child grew, right? Your descendants will, okay. Your descendants will be strangers, and they will be mistreated for 400 years. Uh, Isaac wasn't born till 100, so the 400 years must start after this time. But when Isaac was born, when Abraham was 100, so it's only 48 years after. It says the child grew and was weaned on the day. Get rid of that slave woman. How old is the child when he or she is weaned? At the time of Isaac being mistreated by Ishmael would start when he was 10, so 400 would be the time he left Egypt. Okay, I don't understand how that happens. Like, why would you use that as the starting point when he was mistreated? I mean, specifically where Isaac was mistreated. Like, why is that the determining point? That's my question. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's used as the point, but you know what? I'm going to look it up just to see if there is any kind of if there's validity to that viewpoint. If I'm going to use that myself, like what would I get? Right? Because I actually have an age. We have an age here in the book of Jasher. It says how old. I believe it says how old he was when Ishmael was trying to kill. See, it says here. It says Isaac was 5 years old, and he was sitting with Ishmael at the door of the tent. And Ishmael came to Isaac. Okay, actually, no, it says here that even before that, I mean, I feel like I'm cheating because Jasher gives me so much information, but I'm not cheating. I'm just being resourceful. It says he circumcised Isaac at 8 days old, right? And he was weaned. And that's when he made the great feast, right? But how old was he weaned? We don't really know. But we know the next stage. It says Ishmael, the son of Abraham, was grown up. He was 14 when Sarah gave birth to Isaac. So Elohim was with Ishmael, and he grew up and he learned to use the bow and became an archer. When Isaac was 5, he was sitting with Ishmael at the door of the tent, and Ishmael came to Isaac, and he took the bow and drew it and put the arrow in it, and he intended to kill Isaac. So he was 5, and he wanted to kill his little brother or half brother. And Sarah saw it, and it grieved her because he wants to kill her son, basically. So that's when she kicked him out, Hagar and the son, because of this murderous intent. So if I use that, the 5-year thing, when Abraham was how old when Isaac was born? I think it was 100, right? Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. Can't really see it. Abram circumcised his son, and it says here, it came to Abraham, and Sarug died. Doesn't say how old he was, but I think it does say that in the Septuagint. Let me look it up. And I think it says in this book as well. "99 when the son was circumcised." Okay, so let's look at Genesis 17. And verse 24, that would give us a time as to when. Let's look and confirm with the Septuagint. Well, it doesn't say anything. Oh, it does. 99 years old, and it also says 99 in the Septuagint, so that is confirmed. So let's use that logic. 17 or 17. What am I talking about? What is this? 17, 20 something, 24. Oops. 17, 24. Abraham is 99, and Isaac was born, basically. And it says Isaac 5 when Ishmael kicked out, pretty much. That would mean, so it's Jasher. Into Jasher, verse 13, 11, 21, 13. Jasher 21, 13. So what year was that? And then you have to add 400 years. 400 years later is question mark. Excuse me. I can't type anymore. What's going on? Okay. So do all this math again from the top. Like I said, I had the year 1724 of Abraham's birth. 17,724 years after Adam is when he was born. When you add 99, the age he was when Isaac was born is 1823. Year 1823. And if you add 5 years, you get 1828. 1828. And then if you add 400 years, you get 2228. So we are off by about 4 years because the weaning of Isaac is 5 according to Jasher. So that's something that has to be said that I didn't realize it, or maybe I did, but I didn't really keep it to heart. But the number of Abraham being 80 years old, that was just an estimate that was proposed in the book, Prophecies of Abraham. The book of Jasher says he was 78 after the time when he rescued Lot. So that gives us a more better idea. It could be 75, it could be 78, but it couldn't be older than that. So I'm going with 78 just because it says it right after he rescued Lot and the covenant was made. So 78 is a good number. And then for the year, how old Isaac was when he was weaned, that is also an estimate that is provided as well. And Jasher confirms he was 5, not when he was weaned, but when he was kicked out, basically. But Septuagint supports that if you're going by the narrative that all of that happened in the same day, then it would be 5 years old. And some people do. I've seen people, heard of people breastfeeding till like 5 years old. So, okay, where am I now? Okay, where am I? So let's do some addition. We've shown you that Exodus is... Okay, I have the Exodus as... So I'm going to just write here to Moses and the Exodus. And the Exodus. So I have the Exodus as 2232. All right, so that's what I have. And so how does this affect the timeline? I'm not really sure. That's why I'm doing the fact checking, because I'm not sure how it affects all this timeline. I hope it doesn't, because this timeline is very solid. I feel like it's just only the beginning where it's a little shaky, but then it all kind of bounces out in the end, and especially in the middle. But the beginning is a little bit, I believe it's off. And that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to prove that it's a different year. I'm not trying to disprove like all the things presented, but just specific dates, that's all. And the year that Abraham left Haran, I have him leaving at, where did he leave again? It says here 75. Yeah. So he leaves at 75. That's also what I have. But what does he have? He has a different year than I do. But anyway, yeah, 2023 is the year he has. I have 20. Wait, what? That was 2028. What? The age of 80. That was, I have 1802 when they made the covenant. So I have to space that out there. So I have 1802. Oh, wow. Okay, I just realized yeah. Wait a minute. There was a severe famine, yeah. Where was the severe famine? It says here the famine was when 75 to 78 years old. That's when it happened. So when Abraham was 75 to 78, that's the year 1802. So if I look up on the sabbatical cycle chart, it would tell me if it's actually the famine is, which one? The third curse? Okay, so it should be at least the third sabbatical cycle according to this chart. So we have to look and see if it still lines up. Then there's truth to the book of Jasher. So 1802, but we can subtract 3 years, so 1799 to 1802. So 1799 is what I'm looking for. Just fact check this really thoroughly. Yeah. 1799. I have to see, is that one of the cycles? Does it fit in the narrative? So I have it as the fifth cycle. And the fifth cycle includes famine. It counts. But in addition to that, the fifth cycle is also, I think on the chart here, it tells you what it is. On the very chart itself. Yeah, it says here, it is the sabbatical cycle of captivity and judgment, war as well, and just everything is added there. Captivity and judgment. So there is captivity and judgment in that, but And who was taken captive? Lot. Lot was taken captive. That's interesting. Wow. That is, didn't even realize it till now. So, I mean, it lines up with it, to be honest. So, if we look at that one more time, 1799 to 1802, 1799 is the 37th Jubilee cycle, and Lot was taken captive in the 5th or the 6th cycle, which is 1802. And the 6th cycle is a period of judgment and atonement as well. And what happened in that year? What happened? I believe it was also when was Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed? Oh, it was destroyed when he was 91. Okay. No, that's a different. That is how many years later is that? Well, 91 plus 91 plus 1724 would give us the number. So if you add 91, that would bring us to 1815. So if 1815, that's actually in the first cycle. So no, it doesn't fit. I mean, I guess it's not talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. It's just talking in general. Maybe it's talking about Israel. Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Okay. The first cycle is the curse of terror. So I guess you could argue that was terrible. It was a terror to have fire and brimstone. Okay, so that's that. So that one is pretty much settled. That I've came up with 2 years, and I fact checked that, and we are at a discrepancy of 226 years. And we're also at a discrepancy at the first one, 224. So 226 and 224 when it comes to the year of the Exodus and the birth of Abraham as well. Okay, so I'm seeing also it will affect the timeline. I think it affects it too much, but we'll see. Nimrod came and attacked Sodom. So he compares the life of Abraham with their current cycle. Okay, so that's not really talked about too much. Sabbatical cycle during Abraham's life. Okay, what were the prophecies of Abraham? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. How old was Isaac when he was offered? And yeah, what year was that? Basically, is what we're trying to get at. I have. It's actually here too, I believe. So it says here he was. I found it right away. No, it's not it. Oh, I didn't find it. Where is it here? '59. Okay, this is way. Isaac came. Okay, he says 37 in the book Prophecies of Abraham. I agree. I think it is 37 because I think I read it here as well. Take your son, your only son. My son Isaac was grown up. And Sarah was crying. She was crying because she knew what was going to happen to her son. Oh, here, 37 years old. So it's there in Jasher. 12, no, not 12, 22:53. So Jasher. How old was Isaac? How come it does not? How old was Isaac and sacrificed? Jasher, 22, 53, 37. 37 years old. Isaac, 37 years old. If you do the math, you will get 1823 plus 37 is 1860. So we'll see what year is 1860, thereabouts. So if we're trying to line that up with the life, according to the book here, it says surrounding the murder of the Messiah, right? So 37 years later would be 2085, right? That's what he has here. When we compare, is interesting. It took place in the fourth sabbatical cycle. Isaac represents and says that Yeshua was killed on the fourth day of the week, Wednesday. So on sunset, at the end of the fourth day. So this is the end of the fourth cycle. Let's look at what I got, 1860. Is it the fourth? Is it in fact the fourth sabbatical cycle? Not that it's not a big deal if it is or isn't, but see what I have is it's actually it's the 38th sabbatical or jubilee. I put here 38th jubilee cycle. And but if we're really looking at the big picture as to how far it could be as much as 8 years ahead. So again, I got 1860, so it would be 1868. Otherwise, and that's in the next cycle, the first cycle. But 1860 is the seventh. I don't know. I don't think there's a connection with that, in my opinion. I don't think that's a big issue. It's not so much what has happened. It's more because where it really lines up with Isaac and Yeshua isn't the sabbatical cycle. It's the actual day. Because in the book of Jasher or Jubilees, I think it's Jubilees, it says that Isaac was offered on the first month on the 14th day on Passover. So that's the strongest evidence, not so much the cycle. So it's even a bigger thing when it's the actual month and day. So now we look at comparing to Yeshua was killed. Isaac represents all of Israel. Okay. So it's 8 o'clock. Okay. So let's look at the life of Abraham. Okay, it was the end of the fourth cycle. He went to captivity. Okay, I'm not sure how that relates too much. I mean, it's not a big deal if it doesn't connect, doesn't change the future, but it's more just looking at trends. I think it's looking at patterns. I think that's what it is here. Shem and the execution of Nimrod. So looking at the life of Shem. Okay, so what is important about this? There are many who say Melchizedek. Okay. Melchizedek. Okay, it's talking about Melchizedek. It's not talking about timelines yet, but once we see one, I will try to compare it. So Babylonian history, 51. Yeah, there's no timeline here yet. So 10 days of this is page 54 now. Shem was known as the evil one. Okay. Okay, so this is just talking about future events now. No, we look at Abraham's day. Okay. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Isaac was born in 2048, the year before Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. I have him as 91. I'm going to put down here. So, Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. 1724 plus 91. It's 1815, okay? Just copy and paste this. That's another date that is introduced in the book. And I have 1815. Year 18. Year 1815. Can't work. And then I'll just put here what date it has here. There's 2 dates. There's now 4 dates we differ on. I mean, they're all going to differ, but you know what? I should mention that in my note here that Book of Jubilees says that Isaac was sacrificed, offered, not wasn't sacrificed, but on the first day, first month, and 14th day. 14th, maybe even 15th day, but anyway, I'm going to say it's the 14th because that's the actual Passover. Right. Put in the book here. Let me just write down the year. Yeah, it's here before I move on. That's the year that is written here. Jacob. So again, I don't think it's a big issue, but he has 2085, and I have 1860. So if you subtract 2085 from the year I got 1860, you get 225, right? So again, we still have that difference going on. But then when you look at the year, when he says Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, he has 2047. He has 2047 as the year. And so when I do the math again, and I subtract that number, that brings us to a difference of 232. Not my number, it's the number of the book of Jasher. So again, I don't think it's not a big issue that these are different. It doesn't change the future. It just changes the patterns that are being mentioned. Like these are patterns, but I don't think these patterns are they're not game changers. The flood occurred 1656 after Adam. Um, what do I have here? It's in my other file, but the flood occurred. Let's do that again. The flood occurred in his year 1656. 1656. And I have, can't remember the year offhand, but the flood took place. The number I got is 1354. So if you do the math again, we are at a difference of 1354, a discrepancy of 302 years, and that's mostly because of the mistranslation of the Septuagint and the Masoretic, where they translate the word ekaton as 100 when it should be like a past tense of lived, because otherwise you end up with Abraham being born after King David. So that's how I knew it was wrong. Can't use that word. You can't go by that timeline. All right. Noah was able to know when Methuselah died. Okay. Yeah. Methuselah died before Passover in the month. He wasn't able to keep a second Passover. The year 1655 would have been the year for the final judgment, but he waited as long as he could. The year 1655 matches 2047, destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So he says that 1655 was the year for the final judgment. Is that right? Because what did I put here? Oh, 1353. Okay, so 1353. That has to line up with. Not that I don't think it's a big issue again, but let's look at the year 1353 and line it up with Sodom and Gomorrah. So Sodom and Gomorrah was in the Sodom and Gomorrah took place at 1853 is what I got. 1853. And we just see what cycle that's in. I have it in the 6th cycle. So I have in the 6th. So when did the flood occur? 1656 or 1354, rather. I have in the 5th cycle. So the 5th cycle would be either, could be as much as the 5th or the 6th. But in either case, that would be the year of cursed captivity or period of judgment. So that would be maybe, if it's not 1354, like I'm saying, then it would be at the latest 1362. So what year would 1362 be? Would it be in the 6th sabbatical cycle? Right? I can see. It would be in the 6th cycle. And that's a period of judgment. So that would make sense, actually. So I'm just going to put in brackets 1362 would be in the 6th cycle. Okay, so that's not true. So I'm not gonna. Right. So I'm at page 59 now. So again, I'm not gonna keep this video. I'm just using this to do my homework, and then I'll just do a quicker presentation next time, just to get my thoughts all together. Oh, this is an interesting one. 70 years of captivity. Yeah, this is cool. Well, not really cool, but it's pretty interesting anyway. The 390-year prophecy of Ezekiel. Yeah, this is way ahead of me. I'm still at Abraham, so I am way behind. I can't prove this is true or false or anything. The sword in the middle of the Shabuah, okay. The blood moons, okay. The year of the Exodus was 1379 and is 430 years after the covenant. But the Shabuah that this Exodus takes place is 1386. How does that really? This is interesting. The whole thing with Daniel, I think it's Daniel, yeah, the Daniel prophecy, that's striking. I need to look this one up before I close the video, if I'm going to close the video. It says 1379 is when. No, wait a minute. No, that's not what he's saying. The Exodus is in 1379 on the left side of the calendar, minus 1379. I have a different year, but I just want to see how he gets the number of the next number. He rounds it out to the next Shabuah, the next sabbatical, like Jubilee. I find that, like, how do you, like, why would you round it? I'm curious as to why. Okay, 1379. That is the first year, but you round it out. It would be the 1373 or 1380. So the Shabuah that this Exodus takes place in 1386. Oh, okay, so he brings it to that Shabuah. Okay, I understand. And then you take 1386, and you add 3,430 years. And that's where he gets the 100. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Okay, so this is really big, actually. So how does he end up with the 1379 is the year? This is a big one. This could be a big discrepancy. 2458. Excuse me. Yeah, he has 2458. I have 2232. So what does that mean if I look at my Shabuah that I got and look at the closest one, and then I add the amount of years? What will happen to my timeline? My timeline says the closest one, 2232. You know what? I'm not sure which one I should round out to. It says here that the year of the Exodus was this year but the Shabuah began in that year. So he adds it to the Jubilee in which it started. So, if I do that, so let's say I take the year, because mine's right in the middle. It's smack in the middle, right? And his was minus 313. 1379. Yeah, his was closer to the beginning of it. Mine is right in the middle. So if I round it, yeah, if I take the earliest one, I want to see where I go. Right? This is interesting because when you add 3430, what year do I get? Like, does mine already passed? Because I'm at 5636. That means the 120th Jubilee cycle, like for mine. See, I'm not sure when you start the 400. I'm not sure when you're supposed to start 3430 years. That's my big. That's the big question mark, because I'm not denying that we're in the end time where we are. It's just, how do I reconcile the numbers I have? And see, I'm at, this would bring me to the year 1800, and that can't be, that can't be the 120th Jubilee cycle. I'm still in the 116th. So that means I'll have to go to the next cycle. I'll have to round it to the next one, because I was in the middle, right? I was at, so I would be at 2255. I have to be, because I'm closer to 2255. And then I'll add the number 3430. And I'm at 5685 now. But still, I'm still in the year 1849. So I'm at 117. I'm 3 Jubilee cycles behind. So there's something wrong there with that math. There's something wrong with the interpretation of maybe the way I'm doing the math, or there's something just, there's a problem here. Trying to make sense of this. Because it is the 120th Jubilee cycle is now. I know that, but the thing is, all these numbers need to line up. The chart below shows the year of the Exodus. Okay. I have to interject. Many of you look and think Messiah must come back on the Jubilee year. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought initially. But the millennial day is shortened. Messiah will be cut off. Okay, I have to make sense of my numbers and how it fits in with Daniel. I think that's the biggest. It's not so much the prophecies of Abraham that is the problem here, but where I have a difference with. But look at the chart. Okay, what is this here? Israel became a nation in 1379, but that began in 1386. Okay. How did that? How are they a nation in 1379? Is that the Exodus? I'm just trying to make sense of this. Is that the Exodus? The year of the Exodus. Okay, so he's saying they became a nation in 1379. That's what it is. It's when they became a nation. Wow, okay. I'm feeling something is bubbling now. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, What's going on with my computer? Okay. This is interesting. Okay. So how does he come up with where they became a nation? That's what I want to know. Because to be honest, I think they became a nation, in my opinion, when they became a kingdom. Because yeah, they were given the law, but they weren't really a nation. They were already a nation even in slavery. So if I can prove that they were a nation when they got their first king, which was Saul, then you add that same thing, because he was anointed as well, but not the anointed, like he was anointed, one of them. So if I take the time of Saul, right, and then I add the same amount of time to my line, because we have a discrepancy of so many years, would I still arrive at the same point? I guess that's the question. So that's my that's the way I reason around this. So let's look at Daniel 9. I'm trying to make sense of this all, because I do believe that he's onto something, and it's just, how do you reckon 70 weeks are determined upon your people, yeah, and upon the holy city. You shall understand from the going forth of the command for the answer and for the building of Jerusalem. So that's what it is, from the command to build Jerusalem. So, wow, that is huge. Okay. When was Jerusalem built? That was King David, right? Wow. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Wow. Okay. I gotta find the year when King David started to build Jerusalem, to build Jerusalem, and then what I do is subtract our difference of years. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I think I found it, and I just subtract the years. So he begins to rule at 1010. 1010 is the rule of David, but we have a difference of so many years. So what I'll do is I'll put the year that he got, which is 1010, so 2827, and then I'll add the years that he says need to be added, which is, excuse me, 3,430 years. So I'm at 6257. Obviously, I'm way ahead, and I'm into the seventh millennial day. I know that I'm way ahead. But like I said, we have a discrepancy. And that's what is going to save this argument. Of 200, how many years? Like, we'll just go by the main one, which was at the beginning, 224. We have a discrepancy of 224 years. So if I subtract that, oh shoot, I'm 6033. Okay. All right. Never mind. Hold on a sec. When did they become a nation, right? That's the question. I feel like I'm getting really warm. I'm getting close to this answer now. Here it is. Okay. King David, right? When he started ruling. Maybe I used the wrong year. 28. When was King Saul? 1050 was King Saul. So 27 That's when they became a nation. When they picked a king. He had the years as 70 Shabua, because I believe in that. I don't disagree with that at all. 6217, and we have a discrepancy of the biggest discrepancy we have is 302 years. Okay, but overall, let's just say 200. 200. We have many discrepancies in terms of years, but the more recent one is Sodom and Gomorrah, which is 232. So let's take away 232. And I'm getting goosebumps right now. 5985. We're getting closer. But there's a discrepancy that will harmonize us all. Okay, we're getting closer. I need to find what is the number that has to be. Okay. The way I would find out. They became a nation when King Saul, or was it Judges? Because they had a period of Judges too, and they were also a nation. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's when they had the Judges. The spies brought a report. Saul becomes king. That's an interesting question. Boy. So our timelines don't match up, but I think they're going to match up in the end, when all is said and done. So Saul became king in 1050. So if I look at 1050, that is 2787. If I add 34, what was the year again? 3430. And then if I subtract that by the number that I need to get, which is 2045, because that's the final cycle pretty much. Is that the number I need to get? Hold on. So I need to get 2045. So if I subtract whatever year 2045 is 5880. I need to get a discrepancy of 337 years from Joseph's calendar in order to make sense of this. And so far, I have a discrepancy of minus. So whatever that number 337, if I can have another discrepancy of 113 years, and that's not impossible. I just have to find where that is, the 113 years, and then I can reconcile all of this. So that's exciting. So that's the answer. If I can find 113 years of a additional discrepancy, then I can say that the prophecy doesn't talk about when the law was given in Mount Sinai. It's talking about when Israel became a nation, 113 years before King Saul, or 113-year discrepancy between the two of us, me and Joseph, in terms of our timeline. So if I can find what happened 113 years before Saul, or what is just the discrepancy with our numbers for an additional 113 years, that would mean we all line up to that last cycle, which is the 120th, which is the end of man, the end of mankind's age, I suppose you could put it. So let me look at, okay, I'm going to end the video, but let me just look at 113 years, and then I will see what happened. 1050 minus 113. No, that's not it. Plus, because it's So 1163. So I'm looking at the year 2681. So what happened 1163? Or maybe it's just a discrepancy they have to find. But what happened before King Saul? How long did they have Samuel as that's the question. What happened before King Saul and Samuel? Like, how many years was that in between? Is that 113 years? Because if it is, maybe it says like Jehovah said, I am their king, but they rejected me. So maybe they were a nation when he was their king. You know what I mean? Israel wants a king. Verse. So I have to see what happened 113 years before Saul. If there's some kind of way to see the timeline and see if that's when they were a nation. Because the verse in Daniel is talking about the command to build Jerusalem. That's the thing, the command to build Jerusalem. So 1 Samuel 8, give us a king. But they had judges before then, didn't they? So maybe that's what it is. He was made judge over Israel. Samuel was old. He was made a judge over Israel. So we have to look at the book of Judges. The leader, but he wasn't presiding in an authority structure like the way a judges would have. After the death of Joshua, Israel inquired, who will go up? And they said, Judah will go up. Judah said to his brother Simeon, okay, when did they start having judges? Because this is the book of Judges. An angel rebukes the people. The nations which were left prove Israel. Deborah and Barak. Okay, so maybe it's Deborah as the first judge. Deborah judged Israel at that time. Okay, who was the first? Who? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna see. When is the command to build Jerusalem? That's the when. That's the 3430. Is it Daniel 9? I think 23. If I'm not mistaken. That's the answer. That's kind of cryptic, but when was command to build Jerusalem? Yeah, that's war. Yeah, that's. I think this is going to get into some errors. I don't know where they got that number from, but I think I'm going to have a discrepancy with this for sure. They returned to Jerusalem, and they began building the temple. So I have to find. I don't think that's going to be. That's not going to be it. 3430. So I'll look it up just for the sake of argument, and then we'll see where that would take us, because that's not going to line up at all, I don't think. It says 457 BC. Yeah, unlikely. I don't think it's happening. But let's just do it. 3380 plus the years we need to put. I forgot what page I was on, but what page am I on now? Oh, I'm over here. I should bookmark this because it's a long study. But I'm looking for that year where it says the building of Jerusalem, the command to build Jerusalem. Okay, I'm way ahead where I was originally. Yeah, I'm so far from where I was. Okay, here I am. I think I found it now. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah, 3, 4. Yeah, here I am. Page 62. So 3430. If I add that, we're in 6810. So yeah, that's not going to work. We need to be at 5. We need to be 1,000 years earlier than that. We need to be 1,000 years earlier than that year they gave us here. Because it's the command to build Jerusalem, not to rebuild it. When was the command given to build Jerusalem, the first temple? It's not the rebuilding of Jerusalem, it's the initial building. When was the first temple built? Jerusalem. It had to be more than 457 BC if it is. But again, I don't think the timeline is accurate. The mainstream people, they go by this strange Solomon's Temple. 587. No, wait. What? Okay, let's read here. 1000 BC, King David using a Septuagint kind of thinking, which, not Septuagint, but the mistranslation. But anyway, let's just go by what they're saying, 1000, which is 2837, thereabout. And you add 3430. 62. No, there's still a difference of like 300, 500 years. So I think the record is off. The record is off because how I know this is because they say that the Exodus took place way later than it actually did. So if you look at rules, Egypt, David rule, the middle ground, you'll find the actual date. So I think that's where we have to look in the chronology. Let's look at the new chronology. He says here, the Exodus took place in 1447. So he has it a full, and that's closer to what I have too. Not exact, but it's closer. So the year I actually got from the Exodus, for the Exodus, I should say, is, so I'll just use that. I have it taking place in the year 2232, right? So if I put 2232 into this, plug it into this chart, I'm at the year 1605 for the Exodus. I'm at 1605. Or not the Exodus. This is for the. What am I doing right now? I have it as. Hold on a sec. What? How am I? 430 years later. You know, it's probably 400 years later. But let's go by. Let's go by 400 years. Just see what happens. So I have 2202. Let's say 2202. 2202 would bring me to the year 1635. But since I got 2232 for the. Does that make sense? Oh, the reason I got a different timeline is because the first person to go into Egypt was someone else. Who was that? Joseph. I have Joseph going to Egypt first. So that's why I have. I haven't presented this yet, but 400 years, 430 years after Joseph is what I got, not 2232. That's why it won't line up with roll. It won't line up with roll. But if you look at the year I actually got here, see the Exodus. I have the Exodus taking place. Yeah, so I have that as 2014 when Jacob was this old, but because Joseph was there earlier, he was sold into slavery. He was the first one there. So I actually have him at, when you add 400 years or 430, whichever one you use, but let's go use 430 or 400. Let's use 400. I have minus 1423. So, yeah, again, 14, what am I looking at here? 1423 is the year I got for the Exodus. Either that or minus 3. So let's just plug in the number of 1423 and subtract that from the narrative. So I have a difference of 267 years, right? So that's interesting. So what am I doing again? I forgot what I'm doing. 267 years. So if I subtract that from the timeline of Saul when he was the first king, 267 minus 2787, you get 2520 plus 3430. We're at 5950. So that means we're still off by we're only off by 50, 130 years. So that means we need to go. There needs to be a bigger discrepancy. That means we have to go to the the other year that I have here, which is 1393 or 1391. So if I take the year that they commonly have as the year of the Exodus, original, like I said, they're off by a lot. So the original chronology is 1690, and if I subtract that by the year I have, from the way I understand it, is 1391. We have a difference of 300 years. Okay, so now if you take the year of Saul, when Saul was made king, 2787, and you add the 3430, okay, and you subtract 300, you get 5917. So we're still off. We're still off by a bit. So I think there's some problem with the timeline. It's just the timeline itself. It's something that needs to be worked out through research. I can't just keep, we're still off by, how many years is that? 30 years. Off by 30 years. So that means I have to adjust it to when when he was sent there initially. Joseph was sent to Egypt or sold into slavery. He wasn't sent there. He was sold into slavery. Where am I in my timeline here? Israel, Jacob. Oh, Israel, Joseph. Here it is. The Joseph timeline. Yeah. The command to King David. So I had 1393. Let's see if I just play around the numbers with a little bit here. 2787 minus 300. And then I add the year, the Shabua 3430. I should get, oh, I'm still off by 30 years. Why am I off by 30 years? That means there's a difference of 330 years. So I have to find out those three, I have to find out where those 330 years are. I have to find out where those 330 years go. That takes more research. So, but I think that's the interpretation of the prophecy. It's not. I mean, what is that command really? To build Jerusalem. It says right there, the command from the answer. 7 weeks have been determined upon your people, upon the holy city, for sin to be ended, to seal up transgressions, to blot out iniquities, to make atonement, and to bring in everlasting righteousness. You shall know and understand from the going forth of the command. There shall be 7 weeks, or Shabua, and 62. After the 62, the anointed one shall be destroyed. The going forth of the command for the answer and for the building of Jerusalem until the anointed, the prince, shall be 7 weeks and 62. For the building of Jerusalem. So it's the command for the answer and for the building of Jerusalem until the anointed, the prince, so King David. So I have to find out, basically, we will know the answer and the command if you just take the year, what he's saying, 2040 or 5880. The way to work is to work backwards. So 5880 subtracted by the number here, 3430, and you find out what the answer is. It's 2450. So what happened in 2450? The closest thing because they have a discrepancy of 300 years. That means either he's ahead or I'm behind. So I have to look it up right now. I'm at 1724 or he's at 19. So he's ahead. So that means the event that I'm looking for is the next one in this sequence. So it's King David. Yeah, it's King David. That's the answer. Who built Jerusalem? King David. So it's from King David to King David. Because I have here, the year 2540, and on my counting, I'm at minus 1387, right? But for his King David timeline, he has King David around minus 1010. So from minus 1010, so if we take that 2450 and we subtract that by the number he has here of 2827, we're off by 377 years. So once I find out the actual year of King David, then I will know. So I'm going to write that down in my note at the very bottom. We need to find out the year King David started to rule and commanded for Jerusalem to be built. You should get the year minus 1 minus 1010. I should get the year minus 387. 1387 BC. Or I should get that year minus 1387, which is a Jubilee year, or 2451. Oh boy, that's That would be really huge. Like, yikes. That's a Jubilee year. If I get that year, 2451 minus 1386. That's the 50th Jubilee. Like, that's the 51st and end of the 50th Jubilee. Because let's say that's the actual year. Like, let's just say that hypothetically, that I get that year. I get 2451. And then I add 3430. That's exactly the end of mankind. If I get that year. So that's the big if. So this is true. It's just I need to find out, when was King David actually alive? I don't think it's 1010. I think it's minus 3. It's 300 years earlier, because I'm behind Joseph's timeline. So the command isn't the command to Moses, it's the command to David. Because David is the one who it starts with, and David is who it ends with. David is the one who is given the command to build Jerusalem. He is given, the answer. It says here the answer. From the answer. Those aren't two different things, they're the same thing. That's what I'm discovering right now. If I could just look at my browser. It says here, you shall know and understand that from the going forth of the command for the answer, whatever that means, the answer, so, but the command. So I don't know what the answer means. And for the building of Jerusalem. So it's the same thing. The command, and for the building of Jerusalem. Until the anointed, who is King David again, is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So 7 weeks is 343 years. So we have to find out 62 weeks. So 38 minus 5880, I think is the. So I have to see what happened in the year 2042. If I find out what happened there, I'll have an idea of what that even means. So I'm not even sure what happens that year. And then I just look around about 300 years, 2042. So that's also a Jubilee. And according to, well, because he's ahead of me, so it means I'm catching up. So I have to rewind and see what happened like 300 years earlier. So I'm at 2843, so I'll have to look at 25 around there. And what happened in this area is, what's this? The Exodus. So from the answer, that's the answer, is the Exodus. From the Exodus. Is that right? The Exodus? Does that make any sense? I feel like I'm going crazy right now. Let's look at this one more time and then I'll close this video. Because I have 2232 for the Exodus. So if you add the 62 years, or not 62, if you add the 7 years times 49, because it is 7, right? Plus whatever year I got, 2232, you get 2575. And So I'm off by 24 years, meaning my calculation is off by 24 years, I suppose, for the Exodus, or whatever I'm thinking is the answer. I need to be more like, I need to be, let's see, minus 2451. 124 years earlier, does that make sense? I need to be 100, to be like 124 years earlier than what I put. So I have to look at 232. Israel was 130 when he went down to Egypt. (2014). So if I use that, maybe if I use that here, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. 7 times 49. So we had 343 plus 2014. That's 2357. No, it can't be it. That's still off by like 100 years. So it can't be that. So it's the next one. It's Pharaoh had a dream about a Hebrew to rule over them. Moses was born in this year. So from Moses, we look at Moses' birth. So when Moses was born, it was 2144. But you need to add that to, so 2487. That means something happened before Moses was born. What happened before he was born? Or maybe I'm off just by 30 years. Maybe I'm off by 30 years, I don't know. If I have Moses born in 2154, and I add that to 2154, I should wind up at, no, I'm still ahead. So something's off either with my math or it's just an event I'm not seeing. What happened between Jacob to Moses was Joseph. So what did, because Moses was born 2144. So how old was Joseph when he died? This is a big mystery right now. Because I have Moses being born 2144. Could that be the answer? Is what I'm thinking. Is that the answer we're looking for? Because the Daniel 9 says how many years? Is it 6 or 7? I don't even know anymore. I lost 7 times 49, which is 343. So why can't I figure out, if I add that to when Moses was born, I get the event when he was born was 2144. And I need it to line up with the year 2451. It's after 36 years. That means it's an event 36 years of Moses. Just turn off my alarm. It's kind of annoying me at this point. Let me do this. I need an event that's 30. I need to find an event that is 36 years before Moses was born. What in the world happened 36 years before Moses? Couldn't be. What could it be? Is it Joseph? How old was Joseph when he died? I'm going to find out right now. How old? Got him. 111. Well, that's not the same Joseph. Oh, 110? 50, 26? Okay, maybe that's what the answer is when he died. Answer to the question, like about the dreams and all that. Because that's a question. Maybe that's what it is. Just so simple like that. So Joseph was born and he died 110 years later. Maybe that's what it is. 110. So Joseph was born in the year 1975. And I said the year 20, so 2085 is when he died. So I need to remember 2085, 2428. I'm off by 23 years. So there's something wrong with my math here. Something wrong with the math. The Septuagint says that we're in the year 1983 when he was born. So if you add 110 to that, you get 2093. So 2093, you're still off by 25 years. So I'm off by so many years. Not a lot, but when Moses was born. Because here Moses, I have him being born in the year 130th year after his Egypt. So let's just take 2044 and see what happens. Two, 3, 8, 7, 1, 0, 4. So I need to add that 2104, 2447 off by 4 years. But that's not a big deal because the 4 years can always be adjusted with the difference that I have there. It's like 2, 3 years difference. So I need a number that, let's look at this again. I need a number that is 2144. I need a number that's exactly 36 years of difference in maybe the old record that I did. I need 30 of Jared, Enoch, or Lamech. Because isn't it that the Septuagint says Lamech was 20 years? That's 20 just by itself. So if I stuck with that, but then I also go with 80. If I go with the 20, and then I still have to make up 16 years. So where are these missing 16 years? Maybe it is 67, not what I was thinking earlier. Either way, there's got to be a discrepancy somewhere here. Okay, let's look at 2451. It's 2451. So I should have something at 2108. What's an event at 2108? Because Moses, the only one who was alive was Israel and Joseph. I can't think of anything right now. guess it's Joseph then. 2108. Why is this frozen? So how old was Joseph in 2108? Maybe that's the answer. He wasn't even alive, he was dead. What happened after Joseph? I have to look it up and see what happened after Joseph. Maybe that's what it is. Something happened after Joseph. Like right after him and before Moses. Okay, so it says here that this is after Joseph died. So it's all them are just dying. See, look, the 72nd year from Israel going down to after the death of Joseph. The 72nd year after Israel went down to Egypt. So in the 130th year, oh boy, I'm trying to look for this answer. That's what the thing is, the answer, and then it's pretty much it's a big key. Okay, here it is. Jacob went down to Egypt in 2014. Joseph died. After Joseph died, the 71st year after 71st year, so that would be 2085. So if you add 343, we're still off by 30 years. So it's not that. It wasn't that one. But like I said, 2014 is when Israel or Joseph went, or not Joseph, Jacob went to Egypt. So we have to see what happened after. Because it continues telling the story of the years after Israel went down to Egypt, it doesn't stop. It continues to give you the narrative. I mean, the narrative continues and the timeline is still kept. It says here, look, or listen, 79th year after the Israelites going down to Egypt, Reuben died. And the 83 year, so everyone's just dying. 80th year, Dan died. 31st year, Issachar died. And the 82nd year, Asher died. 83rd year, Gad died. And the 84th, uh, so maybe it's this year, maybe it's the 84th year, because I have no idea right now. So let me add that 343, we get 2441. We're still off. So it's not the 84th year either. It's not the 84th year. What year is it? Hadad killed. Okay. And then Judah died, 86th year. The 89th year, Naphtali dies. The 91st year, the son of Eliphaz. The 91st year of the Israelites going down to Egypt. That the reign of Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, son of Esau. They plundered people, and they came to them in that year, and Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, went out, and they smote the troops. The 93rd year, Levi died, so let's add that. 93 and 343. So after Levi dies, 450. That's pretty much, that's the one. It's after Levi dies. All Egypt saw the sons of Jacob were dead. They began to afflict the children of Jacob. So after the last death, that's when the answer was, I suppose. Because if you add 2450, you add 3, I forgot the number right now. But if you add 3430 years, you'll get 5880. You get the last year of mankind, like exactly to a T. So I'm saying that it's the death of the last son of Israel. That's the answer. So I'm going to write that here. I'm going to say the death. Actually, that might be the answer. I don't know. But what does that mean, the answer? And I've been working at it for like a good 2-3 hours now. So I'm going to copy and paste this. And getting goosebumps is pretty huge if this is true. And the answer, in capitals, the answer was when the last son of Israel died, who was Levi. In the 93rd year after Israel went to Egypt. So if you do the math, just like I'm doing right now, 90, 83 is, oh, sorry, 2107. And add 7 times 49. Daniel 9:23, I think. It's, whatever. It's Daniel something, Daniel 9. 7 times 49 plus 2107, you get 2450. So that's the answer. I just don't know what the answer means. I have to look it up in the Greek from the answer. I don't know what the answer means. If I can decipher that, then this thing has been broken open, and that still rings true. This 120th Jubilee cycle is true, but it's a matter of the timing of which events you're going by. What is the answer and all this? Because it does say there, it's the book of Jasher, but Jasher was part of the canon. Let's look it up right now. Let's prove the book of Jasher is not some strange book. Referred to in Joshua and 2 Samuel. Joshua 10:13. Let's look it up right now. I want to prove. What is Joshua 10:13? What does that say about the book of Jasher? And then we can find out what is the answer. And then I can go to sleep for like a week. And the sun and the moon stood still until Elohim executed vengeance on their enemies, and the sun stood still in the middle of heaven. It did not proceed to set until the end of one day. That's actually not in the book of Jasher. It doesn't say that in the Septuagint, so I will write that off. Yep. It says that in the Masoretic. Funnily enough, why would the Masoretic have 16? So I'm not trying to say this is wrong. I'm just saying our timelines don't match up, but he's right about the Jubilee cycles. I just proved that he is. I proved that our timelines don't match, but I also proved that what he's saying, that we're in the end times, is so on point. Oh, 1, Samuel 1. 2 Samuel 1:18. So I just have to find out what does the answer mean, and then look it up in the Greek. Maybe it doesn't mean the right, the upright. Book of Jasher means the book of the upright. So if I look again at Joshua 10:13, maybe it'll show that it wasn't saying that. It was just saying the book of right or whatever, kind of hinting at it. 10:13. Let's put right. No, book. Jasher. No, it's not there. Okay, so I have to look at, well, what does the answer mean? If I can find out that, then I can line it up with this death, which I need to look up one more time because I just lost my place. That's important. It's actually probably the key to all of this. The death that was toward the end. When they all died. So that was the 93rd year. That's 63. That's the 63rd chapter. Chapter 63, verse 1. Let's just double check and make sure that all these things line up. Yeah, the 93rd year of died Levi. So it's the 93rd year since they left, or Jacob went to Egypt, and so 93 years later is the answer. He died. You add 343 years, you get to 450. And then you add another 3430, I think that's the one. And then you get the end of mankind. But what is the answer? I don't understand. I don't know what that means, that word. That means I have to go to the original. Okay. I think I have it here. You need to find the link. Boy, Greek. Yeah, there it is. Boy, it's like the longest dream I've ever done. On the 102nd year of Egypt's going down, made his son rule, and all the mighty men, which knew Joseph, they died. 102nd year. How do you make sense of that then? They didn't know him. Because I have 2014, but if you add the 102nd year, if you add 102 and you add 343, you have an 8-year discrepancy, and that's because of Moses, Noah. So maybe Noah was actually, no, that can't be that. What was I saying? That they're ahead by 8 years, right? So that would actually be a 2022. And if I add 90, if I add 343, and then I subtract by 245, I need to find something in the 85th year of Israel. And that could be another possible answer if I'm going by the Septuagint's numbers, like religiously, I guess. No pun intended. But 85 for something here that's in the 85th year of Israel. Yeah, if I could find that. Because all I could see is all his brothers. Yeah, this is the only one I could think of. The 83rd year and the 84th year. That is the 5th year of the reign. And he got the whole army in readiness, 400,000 men. King of Edom. They were afraid. So Hadad fought with Moab, and they killed him. Hadad was king of Edom. Edom and Moab fought. And Midian fought, and Hadad killed them. So who's Hadad? The children. Why would this be important? The children of Midian sent to all the brethren, the children of the east. All the children of Keturah came to help Midian to fight Moab. And the children of Moab heard, and they were afraid that the children of the east had assembled together against them. And the children of Moab, sent a memorial to the land of Edom. Also, Moab became a servant of Hadad of Edom. And now, so Edom, come now to us, assist us. We will hit Midian, for they assembled all the children of the east. Hadad went forth with his whole army. To fight, and the battle was fierce. Hadad killed the children of Midian, the children of the east, with the edge of the sword. And Hadad at the time delivered Moab. And those that remained of Midian fled before Hadad. And Hadad pursued them to their land and killed them. And Hadad delivered Moab, for all the children of Midian had fallen by the edge of the sword. And Hadad turned and went back to his land. From that day forth, the children of Midian hated the children of Moab, because they had fallen in battle. For their sake there was a great and mighty enmity. And there were found at Midian the road of the land of Moab, perished by the sword of Moab. And all that were found of Moab in the road perished by the sword. So Midian did to Moab, and Moab to Midian for many days. So it says Midian hated the children of Moab. Oh, right, okay. So Midian started to have a grudge, a rivalry. All that were found in Moab perished by the. So they had a. It came to pass at the time Judah, the son of Jacob, died in Egypt, the 86th year. Judah was 129. They embalmed him. So when Judah died, that's. I don't know if that's really the key. The war of Midian and Hadad and Moab doesn't make sense. But then afterwards, when the last son of Israel dies, that's pretty clear something is big, because it says Egypt started to become mean. Essentially, they started to turn on Israel. They didn't know. They didn't know the sons of Jacob, all the good they had done to them. So Egypt began to embitter their lives and to afflict them, because they had not known their ancestors who delivered them in the days of famine. This was from Jehovah, for the children of Israel, to benefit them in their latter days, in order that all the children of Israel might know Jehovah, in order to know the signs and wonders which Jehovah would do, in order that they would fear him and walk in all his ways. Malol was 20 years old, and he reigned 94 years. All the time, okay. from that day to the day of their going forth from Egypt. From that day. Okay. So that's the answer. That's when they started to afflict them. From the going forth of the answer, which is the answer of affliction. From the going forth of the commandment to restore. So it's really to restore them. But I have here, how am I saying it here? "25. Going forth of the command for the answer. Of the command for the answer." So the command for the answer, again, that's such a code. And there's another war going on with Africa. King of Africa. They fought there. Who's Zepho? Zepho heard the words of Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, heard the report. So Malol was the king of Egypt, and then Zepho, they went. All the troops of Angeas, king of Africa, went to spread along the Chittim for plunder, and then Zepho heard the report. He went forth to meet them. He fought them. Zepho killed the troops with the edge of the sword. Angeas heard of this which Zepho had done. He destroyed them, and he assembled his troops, all the men of Africa, a lot. And Angeas sent to Lucas, his brother, "Come to me with all your men, help me kill Zepho." And Zepho heard this thing, and they were afraid, because they already have a lot of people. So I've heard Angeas has come. So he sent a letter to Hadad of Edom. And you have to remember, Zepho is from Esau, pretty much Job, the people of Job, where Job came from. He'll fight together. The children of Esau went, sent a letter. "We cannot fight them, for God of peace has come between us many years." From the days of Joseph, from the days of Bela the first king, from the days of Joseph the son of Jacob, with whom we fought on the other side of Jordan when he buried his father. So maybe this is the answer. Because he sent him a letter to Edom. "So help me, please." And then Esau sending a letter to Edom. "I've heard is coming against us. So come and help me. If not, we will all die." And then Esau sent a letter, an answer. "We cannot fight against him because we have a covenant of peace." And then Zepho heard the words of Esau. And Zepho was afraid of Angeas. And Angeas and Lucas, his brother, Lucas, arrayed all their forces, 800,000 men. That's a lot of people, even to this day. And they said to Zepho, "Pray for us to the God of your ancestors, that he would deliver us, for we have heard he is a great Elohim." And he heard their words, and he sought Jehovah, and he said, "O Jehovah, Elohim of Abraham, this day I know you are a true Elohim, and all the gods are vain and useless. Remember now this day to me your covenant with Abraham our father, which our ancestors related to us, and do graciously with me this day, and save me from Chittim, from the hand of the king of Africa. And you overheard the voice of Zepho. He had regard for him on account of Abraham and Isaac, and he's a son of not Jacob but Esau. He over delivered him, and Zepho fought Angeas, king of Africa. And Jehovah gave all the people into the hands of Chittim. The battle was severe, and Zepho killed all the men of Angeas and Lucas with the edge of the sword. And there fell from them to evening of that day 400,000. Half the people died in one day. Angeas saw, he sent a letter to all the inhabitants of Africa to help him. All who are found in Africa, let them come to me 10 years old and upward, while it's child soldiers. Nothing has changed. Let them all come to me, and behold, if he comes not, he will die. Woe. And the rest were scared, so they went out, 300,000 additional men and boys. So this is true. This is true words. And at the end of 10 days, he renewed the battle, and the battle was very great. And from the army of Angeas and Lucas, Zepho sent many of the wounded unto his land. About 2,000 men, and Siftar, the captain, fell in the battle. When Siftar had fallen, the African troops turned their backs to flee. They fled, Angeas and his brother with them. Zepho pursued them. They killed them heavily, 200 men. They pursued, and they smote 20 of his men. Angeas and Lucas, his brother, fled with the rest of their men. They escaped, came to Africa. Angeas feared all the days of Zepho. And Balaam, son of Beor, was at the time with Angeas. He saw Zepho prevailed. He fled from there. He commanded all the children to be numbered. Zepho rejoiced, and he renewed his kingdom. Zepho remembered not Jehovah, but he walked in the ways of Chittim. Wow. When Zepho had seen how he prevailed and smitten them, Zepho advised the children of Chittim to go to Egypt to fight with the sons of Jacob. So at the time when Zepho had returned, he had seen how he prevailed over Africa, and he had killed them in the battle at the edge of the sword. It's 10 o'clock now. Okay, Zepho advised with the children of Chittim to go to Egypt to fight with the sons of Jacob. Why would he do that? He heard the mighty men were dead, and Joseph and his brothers were dead. Oh, that's why, because they're weak. And Zepho considered to go fight against them, to avenge the cause of his brothers, the children of Esau, whom Joseph, his brothers, and all Egypt had killed. When they went up to bury Jacob, Zepho sent messengers to Hadad. Did you not say that you would not fight against the king of Africa? Behold, I killed him. Now I have resolved to fight against Egypt and Jacob. I will be revenged for them for what Joseph did to us. If you're willing to come to me and help me, then we will avenge the cause. And the children of Esau listened, and they gathered themselves a great people. Zepho sent to all the children of the east, and even to Ishmael, and all the kings of Edom. Children of the east, they went. It was another huge war. The camp was heavy. And all the kings and their hosts went down and came against Egypt in battle. And they just lost from... Actually, they didn't even lose yet. They were pretty strong. All Egypt heard. There were 300,000 men. The men of Egypt sent to the children of Israel who were on those days in Goshen to come fight. And they were about 150 men. What? 150 men? That's it? Men of Israel went forth, 300,000 men. All in total, and 150. 300,000 and 150, and they went to fight the kings. They placed themselves outside the land of Goshen, upside Pathros. The Egyptians did believe not in Israel to go with them. For the Egyptians said, maybe they will deliver us into their, because they're brothers. The Egyptians said to Israel, remain here together in your stand. We'll go fight. You'll go fight against the children of Esau and Ishmael. If these kings win, then you come all together upon them and help us. And they did so. And Zepho, Eliphaz, son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, king of Chittim, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, people numerous as sand, encamped together. Balaam, the son of Beor, was there, for he came with the children of Chittim to the battle. And Balaam was a man honored in the eyes of Zepho. Zepho said to Balaam, try by divination for us, that we may know who will prevail in the battle. Balaam rose and tried the art of divination. He was skillful in the knowledge of it, but he was confused, and the work was destroyed in his hand. So the command for the answer, what is that? He tried it again, but he did not succeed. This is from Jehovah, in order to cause Zepho and his people to fall into the hands of the children of Israel. Zepho and Hadad put their horses in battle array, and all the Egyptians went alone, 300,000 men. Not one man of Israel was with them. The Egyptians fought. The battle was hard against the Egyptians, severe, and the kings were stronger than the Egyptians. About 180 men of Egypt fell on that day, and about 30 men of the forces of the kings, and all the men of Egypt fled. And they pursued the Egyptians, and all the Egyptians cried, saying, help us, hurry, save us. 150 men ran from their station, and they cried to Jehovah Elohim to deliver them. And Jehovah listened and gave all the men of the kings into their hand. And they fought against these kings, and they smote 4,000. So 150 killed the 4,000. And they were afraid, and all the hosts of the kings fled from before them. And they killed of them 2,000 men, another 6,000 total. The Egyptians saw that they fought with such few men, and it was so severe, the Egyptians were greatly afraid of their lives. And all Egypt fled. So everyone ran away. Children of Israel inflicted a terrible blow. They returned from there. All Israel knew the thing which the men of Egypt had done to them. They had fled from them and left them to fight alone. So the children of Israel acted with cunning, and the children of Israel returned from battle. They found some of the Egyptians in the road and killed them there. And while they killed them, they said to them these words, where did you go? Why did you go from us and leave us, being a few people, to fight against these kings who had a great people to kill us? No, that you might save your own lives. And of some which the Israelites met, the children of Israel spoke to each other, saying, kill, for he is an Ishmaelite, or an Edomite, or from the children of Chittim. And they stood over him and slew him, and they knew that he was an Egyptian. And the children of Israel did these things cunningly, because they had deserted them in battle. And they killed of the men of Egypt 200 men, and all the men of Egypt saw the evil which Israel had done. So Egypt feared greatly, for they had seen their great power, and not one man had fallen. So all the children of Israel returned with joy, and the rest of Egypt returned to his place. It came to pass, all the councils of Pharaoh and all the elders assembled came before the king and bowed down to the ground and sat before him. The children of Israel is greater and mightier than we are. You know all the evil which they did to us. You've seen their power. A few men stood up to people numerous as the sand and killed them. Now give us counsel what to do with them, until we gradually destroy them from among us, lest they become too numerous for us in the land. For if they increase, they will become an obstacle. And if any war should happen to take place, they will, with their great strength, will join our enemy. So he answered the elders. So this is the answered, the king answered the elders and said to them, "This is the plan from which we will not depart. Behold, in the land are Pithom and Ramses. Go fortify them and proclaim a voice. All the men of Egypt, Goshen, the king has commanded us to build Python Ramses to fortify them. Who amongst you, of all Egypt, of the children of Israel, and all the inhabitants are willing to build with us?" So he commanded them to build. It says here, going forth with the command for the answer. That's a command. When you're building, cause a proclamation to be made throughout Egypt every day at the command of the king. When some of the children of Israel shall come to build with you, you shall give them their wages daily. And after they have built, draw away one by one in secret. You shall rise up, become their taskmasters. You shall leave them afterward to build without wages. And if they refuse, force them with all your might to build. And if you do this, it will be well with us to strengthen our land against the children of Israel on account of the fatigue of the building. They will decrease, and you will deprive them from their wives day by day. And that seemed a good counsel. They made a proclamation. So it says here, from the going forth of the command for the answer. So this is a command for something. They commanded us to fortify the land, to build the cities of Pithom and Ramses. Whoever will come to build with us, he will have his wages. So they started to build, but none of the children of Levi came to build. And the servants of Pharaoh came. So none of Levi came. That means Moses was protected, like his family. All the servants of Pharaoh, and the last one to die was Levi. All the servants of Pharaoh built and were employed with Israel for a month. After the end, they started to withdraw, and Israel went on, but they received their daily hire. And at the end of a year and 4 months, all the Egyptians withdrew. So the children of Israel were left alone. And after that, they had withdrawn. They returned and became oppressors. So they stole their lunch money. Day by day, they did this, and they were alone, and then they became slaves. So that's the command for the answer. I guess for slavery, I don't know. Because this is Jehovah's will. He wanted this to happen so that they would see his mighty works. Otherwise, Israel was still strong. They made them return by force. The command for the answer. Okay, it's still cryptic. They were afraid of the Egyptians, and they returned and worked alone without pay. So they built Python and Ramses. Command for the answer. Okay. I don't know what the answer means. They did the work, making bricks, some building, and the children of Israel built and fortified all the land of Egypt and its walls. And they engaged in the work for many years until the time came when Jehovah remembered them. But the children of Levi were not employed in the work from the beginning to the day of their going forth from Egypt. For all the children of Levi knew that the Egyptians had spoken all these words with deceit. Therefore the children of Levi refrained from approaching to the work. They weren't tricked, and the Egyptians did not direct their attention to the children of Levi to make them work, since they had not been with their brothers at the beginning. And the hands of the men of Egypt were directed with continued severity. Command for the answer, right? What does it say? For the answer. The Egyptians made the children of Israel work with rigor. They embittered their lives with hard work. And the children of Israel called him Melo, Meror, because in his days they embittered their lives. And all the work wherein the Egyptians made them work, they exacted with rigor in order to afflict the children of Israel. But the more they afflicted them, the more they grew. And the Egyptians were grieved. So the 125th year of the Israelites going down. So this is way I don't think this is part of it anymore. The king lived forever. This is an interesting thing. It's not, I don't know if it's tied, but it says here, the wise men said to the king, you know what we should do to increase the labor of the Israelites. And then it says, now therefore, Lord and King, the eyes of all Egypt are on you to give you advice with wisdom, the command for an answer, by which they may prevail over Israel, and to destroy them or to diminish them. And the king answered them, saying, give you counsel in this matter, that we may know what to do to them. And an officer, one of the king's counselors, whose name was Job, from Mesopotamia in the land of Uz, answered the king, saying, if it please the king, let him hear the counsel of his servant. And he said, speak. So that could be a potential in Job. Like it was Job who gave the answer, the command for the answer. But this is way after those. It says here 125th year. Let him hear the counsel of his servant. And he said, behold, the counsel of the king is very good. You must not remove them from that labor. But this is the advice, counsel by which you may lessen them. We have feared war for a long time. We said, when Israel becomes fruitful, they will drive us from the land. Let a royal decree go forth, and let it be written in the laws of Egypt, that every male child born to the Israelites, his blood shall be spilled in the ground. And by your doing this, all the male children of Israel shall have died. The evil of their wars will cease. Let the king do so. So it's a command, maybe for the answer, I guess. Because he asked for an answer. What should I do? And one of the Hebrew midwives was called, and they told them to do this. So yeah, it says here that the Pharaoh said to the children of Israel to hear this thing. Hold on. Hadad, the son of 13th year of Pharaoh, Samlah reigned over Edom, and when he reigned, he drew forth his host to go fight against Zepho, because he had made war against Engaeus. Okay, right. And they destroyed his whole army. But he did not engage for the children of Esau, prevented him, saying he was their brother. Turned back to land of Edom and did not proceed to fight against Zepho and Eliphaz. Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Sounds like the one from Job, Eliphaz. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, heard this thing, saying, Samlah, king of Edom, has resolved to fight against Chittim, and afterward he will come to fight against Egypt. So they heard, they increased the work of the Israelites. And the Egyptians said to Israel, children of Israel, hurry up and do your work, and strengthen the land, lest Esau come to fight us. And they did the work day by day, and they afflicted them in order to lessen them in the land, and they increased the work. So, but Israel continued to multiply, and Egypt was filled with the children of Israel. In the 120th year, Israel was going down to Egypt. 25th year, the Egyptians saw their counsel did not succeed, but they increased and grew. And the land of Egypt and the land of Goshen are filled with the children of Israel. So all the elders of Egypt came, and all the elders of Egypt said to the king, "May the king live forever. You did counsel us, the counsel against the children of Israel, and we did to them according to the word of the king. But in proportion to the increase of the work, they increase and grow in the land. And behold, the whole country is filled." So it's like a conundrum. It's a perplexing situation. So, king, the eyes of all Egypt are on you to give them advice by which they may prevail to destroy them. So we're asking a question: how do we deal with this? The king answered and said, "Well, you give me counsel that we know what to do." So he's giving a command. You give me an answer. This is it. Chapter 66 and verse 14 of Jasher. Give you counsel in this matter that we may know what to do to them. That's a commandment. And Job gave the answer of what to do. And he said, well, this is the answer. You kill all the kids. So from the commandment of killing them to the building of Jerusalem will be 7 Shabua, and then, yeah, so maybe that's what it is, but I just need to calculate now. I need to calculate how would that fit with this narrative now that I've come to that other potential scenario. 2451 minus 343 minus 125, because that's the year that this happened. So I need to find what happened in 1983. Does that make sense? Yeah, 1983 would be the. Oh, wait a minute. How does that make sense? Because I'm trying to get at, okay, 2014 plus 125 plus 343. 2482. So I'm off by, I would be off by 31 years. So why would I use this then? Like, why would that even make sense? That is it is a command for an answer, but now all this is thrown off now. That means there's 31 years of a discrepancy that has occurred in my previous math. I guess that would be it's hard to say what that would be. If that's going to be one of the answers. If that's going to be a potential answer, I'm still off by 31 years. And 31, excuse me, 31 years from this time. We'd have to look at it's pretty solid. My timeline is pretty solid. The only potential errors I might have had is in the very, very beginning, which was with, what am I looking at here? all these line up pretty well. All these years that they've given me, all the sources. It's only, if I'm looking for a 31-year difference, I'd need to go to the first file to make sense of this. It's either the death of Levi or this command to give an answer, but then I have to look and see what that even means. What does that even mean? And now my computer is kind of busted. So if I can find a 31-year gap that is potentially there, where would I find that? I'm really trying to fit this in, like retrofit it. I don't know. That would be this one. Because I said initially that that Methuselah to Lamech was probably 67, so that's 20 years. But then it makes it up with the 8 years. So it's actually 12. It's only 12-year difference. So it's just 12 years of a difference, not a huge, it's not a big discrepancy at all. I think I get 1712. All right, like I said, I'm not going to save this. I think I'm going to save this video. It's just for homework purpose. Just delete it afterwards. It's a huge brainstorming session. So I need to be back a little bit because I originally got 1.7. I mean, it's pretty solid. I just need to find, I don't know, that command is so weird. It says, it's a command, what do we do about this? It's perplexing. But there was another one. So that was one answer they had. What do we do? I don't know what year this was. 125th year, yeah. Boy, I don't know. To me, I feel like it's the one I originally said. The answer is actually, excuse me, I think it's the one where that is a potential one. I'll put that as a potential answer. Put that as a potential answer, but it's still 31 years. Potential answer would be, excuse me, 66, 66, 14, 66, 14, 66, 14 to 22. Potential answer, but is 31 years off. Is command to give an answer as to how to deal with children of Israel growing population, even though they increase their labors on purpose to weaken them. Job gave the answer of all people. It was Job. I guess it was before he suffered all those things. I don't know. It's interesting. This is the same Job, the one from us. Like if you look at Job, if you look at the story of Job, is Job is the man from the land of Uz. And here it says here, Job gave the answer right here, 60. It's Job chapter 1. It says where he's from. And then it says where this Job is from. Like it says here where he's from, 60, 66. There's a man in the land of Uz named Job. And it says here, an officer, one of the king's counselors. So his name was Job from Mesopotamia in the land of Uz. Answered the king. So this must be before he became super rich, or maybe it was after because Eliphaz is already dead. Because they made war with Eliphaz. Or maybe that was just how they knew him at the time. It's interesting, like it's Job in the book of Jasher. But I don't know how to make sense of the 125th year. It says the 125th year after they had went down to Egypt. Does that mean something went wrong with my timeline, or it's just something that I'm not seeing? "31 years off." That means it's 30 years off because the command was, ever said 400 years of slavery. So maybe that's where the problem is. The 400 years of slavery. Just do the math one more time. 2014 plus what's the 125th year? 2139. And you add 7 Jubilee cycles, just 343. Brings it to 2482. 2482. But is it really that? I mean, if we're not trying to be super accurate with it, and we really should, that means we're still in the 51st Jubilee cycle. So, I mean, if you want to round it that way, but it's probably not fair to do it that. I don't think that's right. It's kind of stretching it. It's not too exact. But if I could just look one more time and see what when that started, like when this whole thing of oppressing Israel started. It started right when Levi died. So that was like their solution. That was like they called the solution of Hitler or whatever. It's like the command for the answer, the solution. So I don't know, maybe I think that's what it is. It's really that once the last one died. When the last one of them died, which is Levi, and he was the 93rd year. And it came to pass, all Egypt saw that the sons were dead, they began to afflict them and to embitter their lives. And they took from their hands. So that's when it started. So it came to pass in the 102nd year of Israel's going down that the king of Egypt died, and Meror went and he ruled in his stead. So if you add 102 and you add 343, you will get 2459. That's only 7 years, like 8 years away from that. So it's not too far. It's still within the vicinity. So maybe Moror is the answer. Maybe he's the command to give the answer. Could be him. So it could be that too, 63. Moror. So it could be that. I'm going to put that too as a potential. So you have all these different options, and then you can use a critical thinking and eliminate the ones that don't fit the narrative of what Daniel is saying. Because he, in the 4th verse, he took over from his death, and 102nd year. Maror, Melo was the start of the new generation of the new rule to oppress Israel, essentially. But it says here, all Egypt saw that they were dead, so all the Egyptians began to afflict them from that day from that day, right after the death of Levi, it was right immediately the same year. So that's when it really turned. It was a turning of the zeitgeist. And it says this was from Jehovah for the children of Israel to benefit in the latter days, that all the children of Israel might know Jehovah, because they forgot him. And so this is the command for the answer, you would say. This was from Jehovah 7. It was 9. This was from Jehovah 7 to 8. 63, 7 to 8. 7 to 8. And 7 to 8. So it's from Jehovah to do this. It's really it was from Jehovah. This was from Jehovah to make them know. And this to make them know, to remember him, because otherwise they wouldn't remember. Right, 63. To benefit them, in order that all the children of Israel might know Jehovah, in order to know the signs and the wonders which he would do, that they might fear him, walk in his ways. So all these bad things happening right now in our world, it's so that we will know Jehovah, because he's going to free us from all this stuff going on. Oh boy, what did I... Anyway, so I'm just going to look up the answer and I'm going to end the stream. And I'm not going to keep this or not, probably not, but it's a long video. So I don't know who's going to sit down and watch this. It's so long, but so, boy. Let's see, it's probably ended recording. If I know YouTube, they've ended recording like an hour ago. If I know them, and I think I do. So it said at the beginning of the command for the answer, and then for the building of Jerusalem, which is King David, essentially. So I gotta look at 9:23 and then see what that even means. Like translate that, see what that means, and get an idea if what I'm looking at is matching up with that. With this. Oh, there it is. Daniel 9. Daniel 9 is such a big prophecy. It says it's now 9 to 3. I believe it is. It's just a matter of putting the pieces together. 70 weeks have been determined. You shall know and understand from the going forth of the command. Okay, so I'm going to translate this full verse here. So let's look at this. And I know it's funny, but Google Translate to see what each word means, and then I could do a closer look at what is this word, the answer, the command for the answer, because command is pretty, I mean, not that it's easy, but at least that one is so hard to understand. What is the answer? I mean, I could translate both of those words just to get some clarification. But the going forth of the command for the answer. So it is just really cryptic, but that's prophecy for you. That's not supposed to be obvious. And no, and no. Okay, so I'm at and no. And you shall know and understand from the going forth of the command. Okay. Know and habits of speaking out in favor of building Jerusalem. Return and construct. $70 and 70. Whoa. It really says that. I mean, it doesn't say that in the King James, does it? It is 70 weeks and 70. It's interesting that it says that. Hmm. I just copy and paste this. Break it down each word. From. Okay, from. Whatever this word says. From exit. Exodu. From the exit. From the exit. Know this. From the exit of the speech. Okay, so from the going forth of this of the word to criticize, no, to the command, and to criticize, and the response. So know this: from the going forth, from the going forth of the command, speech of the criticism, from the from the going out of the word, from the going forth of the word, from the going forth of the word, from the word of, from the going forth of the word of answer, of response, from the going forth. I need to write this down. I'm losing track of all this stuff. The exit of the speech of the word answer. Does that make sense? The going forth of the speech exit speech. So mouth coming like command. So it is a command. Speech output. Exit. Speech exit. Using the criticism. The criticism of criticism. So it's this word I need to find out what it means. Last word, something, something. Apothekai. Apokritinai. That word. Up in strong, so it would give me a better idea of what it means. Is the key to understanding it. And does that make sense? That word doesn't exist in the New Testament, I guess, but apokrythinai. Apokrythinai. Strong's Greek. Oh, here. To answer. The going forth of the command to answer. So he's asking them to answer. That's what the king of Egypt did. He asked them to answer. Give me an answer to do. The exit of the command. Speech word to answer. Okay, so I got some to give an answer to the question proposed. So there's a command to give an answer to the question, but always where something is preceded. So to give an answer to the question that precedes. That's the implication. To answer the question that was posed. And the king of Egypt did pose a question, but the only thing is it doesn't line up perfectly. It's a little bit off, but I don't know if I'm allowed to have that much leeway of how many years is that. It's quite a bit of years. I do say so myself. Apokrinomai. Verb to answer, reply. To answer or reply. That's it's nothing more where you can take up the conversation. The command to answer. By Hebraism, to speak, to begin to speak. begin to speak when answers is expected. So what is the command? The command is to begin to speak where an answer is expected. To begin to speak where an answer is expected. It's the question. What was the question? The question was, how do we save the Israelites out of Egypt? And the answer was, whoop, yikes. The answer was to the answer was for all them to die. That was the answer. If they didn't die, there's no way that they could turn against them. That was the answer to the question, how do we, number one, how do you deal with Israelites? Because they're well respected, and so the answer to the question was, well, the question is, how do you deal with the Israelites? You can't, because Joseph and all of his brothers, they're just too strong, and they're so prominent. So once the last one died, which is Levi, and knows the year exactly where to match up with this timeline of 7 Shabua to what I'm saying is King David in the year 2451. I have to do the math though and see if that actually lines up. But to the command to build Jerusalem. So that would be the answer to the question, how do we deal with the children of Israel? It's they need to die first. And then once they're dead, then you have a way to start to oppress them. And that's what happened. The year the last one died, they started to oppress them. And that was a change in the zeitgeist. So that was the answer to that question. And it was just formalized later on. It was formalized later on, but this started because Jehovah needed to make the children of Israel know him. That was the reason. That was the question. How do we get children of Israel to know him? The answer was they needed to die. So it's kind of like the spiritual implication. Like the hasn't been fulfilled, so that was like the intent. And then when it started, the ball started rolling from there. The king of Egypt asked a question. He asked a question. How do you deal with them? And he had a command. That was the command. But it was only 9 years later, after that death of Levi, where the king of Egypt, Melol, started to. He was the new ruler, and he started to oppress Israel, and all of the men of Egypt who knew Joseph and Israel and respected Israel died out. So we have a new generation who has no idea. That was only 9 years after. So if I'm getting a little bit of leeway, that would be nice. But you know what? It might be right on the dot. It might be right in the dot as to exactly to the Jubilee cycle. So 3430. You know, it might be to the exact precise moment of that 120th Jubilee cycle, which I think it is. But in case it's not, and it's just in the environs of it, meaning like it's just shortly, 5889. I mean, it's only what, 9 plus 4, it's 2053. That would only be 2053. Where is that in the calendar here? That would be just right before it's the seventh millennial day, like before that's still in the 120th or 121st Jubilee cycle. So it's not, I don't know, I don't think that's going to happen though, but again, I don't think that fits, to be honest. I don't think it's going to stretch that much. It's probably just a problem with my calculation. And then the next one was the command, which is 31 years off to deal with that. I mean, if we're going to really, you know what? It could fit in a conceptual way. Because if you really think about it, it took 31 years for Yeshua to begin his ministry. So that could be, I don't know, could be that. Maybe it starts, but it's only 31 where it's like the full fruition. Because that would be like the start of the rule of a new king, right? So I'll just put 31 years after the 120th Jubilee cycle could be the start of the reign of a king, or the duties of a high priest, possibly. I don't know. Those are conceptual things, but I really think it started from when Levi died, because that matches up to a T. And then everything just rolled from there. You have all those events taking place within a 31-year period, which is the same Jubilee cycle. I would think. Let me just look it up, and if it's the same Jubilee cycle, then yeah, maybe I'm onto something. But if it isn't, then maybe not. So let's look at 2107, and then I'll close the video because I'm pretty much drained by now. It's like 11. I don't go to bed this late. I'm just gonna eat and go to bed. So 2107 is it's actually like the sabbatical Jubilee cycle too. It's actually right at the end. That's a Jubilee, funnily enough. So that the year that he died, Levi, is a Jubilee cycle. I think it's right at the cusp of it. I'm just going to mention that in my note. And he died in Jubilee cycle, which is the end of the 43rd Jubilee cycle. So he died right at the end of the 43rd Jubilee cycle and started the 44th. So that would make sense. And then from the next 9 years, so in the year 102, that's 9 plus 2107, that's 2106 or 2116. That's still technically in the second cycle of the next sabbatical cycle. And then the following, the next year I said here is 2482. No, wait, not 2482. It's only, is that 93? 93 plus 25, 32. It's only 32 years after. So 32 years after this would be 2139. So 2139 on the sabbatical cycle, it's, hold on a sec. What did I just say? 2016. So I said initially that 2107 would be the year of, that's the year Levi died, the last of the children of Israel. And then, I mean, from the book of Prophecies of Abraham, he's saying the answer was the command to free the children of Israel. That makes sense too, but the timeline doesn't match up, in my opinion. And then you have, 2116 would be the year where they got a new pharaoh. And then the next one, in this, where Pharaoh actually asked the question, what do we do about them? That's 2139, which is the, right in the middle of the cycle, or the fifth cycle, and the fourth day or fourth year. So I'm not sure what the significance of that is, but if I look at the present cycle we're in, the fifth day, look at the fifth day. I don't know if there's a connection there. I really don't know if there's a connection. The fifth cycle and the fourth day. Yeah, there's a connection. That's when the flood started. That's also when the two witnesses, I think, will start their work. So that could make some sense. Maybe. But it says precisely from, there'll be 7 sabbatical cycles from that time. So why would I round it off to the cycle it starts in? Maybe I start from the cycle it starts in, not the exact year. Maybe that's what I do. I'll just put it here. So maybe I just count it as the start of the cycle that it is contained in, since it is in the 44th cycle. You count from the beginning, which is 2108, and add the amount of years. So that's 70 times 49, 3430. What am I doing right now? 2107. It says there will be 7 plus 62, 69 times 49. Well, 70 cycles, right? Seven plus 60. So I'm actually at 2108, right? And you add 343. So it's 2451. And you add maybe that is the actual year. Maybe it is that year, but then you perhaps the when David was alive, it probably is a little bit earlier in a way. If really, I don't know. I'm trying to reason this out. 108 plus 343. It's 2108. 2108, 2451 plus, what's this? Trying to make sense of the last part there. Because that's it's pretty clear it's 62. Or 62 or 63. Can't remember right now. And 62 weeks. Yeah, okay. 62. So it's 62 Jubilee cycles times 49. 3038. Oh, why did I think it was until Messiah the Prince? So it's 3038. What's going on here? What did I? 38. Just put my phone on that way. So until Messiah the Prince. 343 plus 30, 38. 5489. So, hold on a sec. I should be at. So how many weeks is this? Did I misinterpret this again? I should be at 580. So how am I behind now? Okay, you shall know. Be 7 weeks and 62, and then shall return. The street will be built. And 1 week shall establish the covenant of many. Oh, okay. 5489 is where that is going to lead to, I suppose. So 5489. It's actually 5489. Is that right? What year is that? That's the next cycle. It's 1653. That doesn't make sense. Why would it be 1583? How would that make sense? And then you add another week. 5538. That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense anymore. I completely lost it now. One week shall establish the covenant with many. So maybe it is. I have to read this book again. Just the part where it says for the pages in 62 weeks shall you'll be cut off. Okay, here it is. 70 weeks of Daniel. So where's the 70 weeks part? Oh man, this isn't boring, but it's just kind of gives you a headache. Kind of gives you a bit of a headache when you keep reading it. Set my face towards Jehovah with fasting and sackcloth. Yeah, I'm kind of fasting right now because I'm not eating. It's a hunger strike. The beginning of your supplication. 70 weeks have been determined. Seven and 62. So what happens at the end of 62 is what I'm wondering. This is such a code. It really is a code. I guess that's in the other book, the 2300 Days of Hell, as to what happens in the 62nd Shabua. Where's my plug? Oh, 1996. That's what we're looking for, 96. It should end at 96. The last year. That last year that I kept looking at, it's actually 96. So I need to find a number that brings me to 5832. So if I just do the math again, I need to get 5832 is the number. That's the magic number. My phone is dying, so I gotta plug it in. So I need to get 5832. If I can get to 5832, I found it. 5832 is the magic number for 1996. Covenant with many, or is that 1970? 1996 plus 25. Well, you count 96 as 1 year, I guess. So I need to get to 5832, okay? So let's look at this one more time. The millionth time. Um, so 343 plus 3038, 5395. What? I'm missing a bunch of years now. Okay, 2116. Okay, let's do the first number. 2107 plus 343. And we add another 3038. No, that's not it. Because it's 7 times 62. No, it's 3038. Okay. So I'll work from 3038 because it's hard for me to remember that number and just keep adding numbers to it. So I add 343, and then I have to get to add the year 2107. Okay, no, it's not that one. 3038 plus 343, 3381, excuse me, plus 2116. They start to press Israel. 5497. No, can't be that either. Three oh three eight plus 343 plus the year that he asked for the answer, 2139. He said, "Give me an answer. I want to know." 5520. No, I'm off. So it has to be. Then it's probably the Exodus, then the command. I don't know. Let's go back to that. What did I say here? What year did I get? I have here 2232. That's the year I got. So if I add that up, 2232, get 5613. I'm still behind by like 200 years. So it's got to be something after that. Oh man, really burning the tank here. Okay, let's just go with what I have. The one about Levi. Let's just stick with that 2107 plus 343, because that's when I said King David would be 2450. And then if you add the rest of the cycles, which is 30450. Forgot the number now. 3038 plus 2450. You get 5488. And I think it's another 7 years. Another 343. 5488. So 5488 is the number. 5488. Because there's still 7 years to go. Let's try that again. 2107 plus 343 plus 3038. Wait, is it? Is that how it works? There's still 7 Shabua? Because when I was doing the math, like when I did the math, 62 times 49, I got 3038. But then when I add the number that I got originally, 2107, and I put 343, and then I put 3038, I get 5488. So where's the rest of the cycles? Did I miss something? Like, I must have missed something. Because, I mean, that number lines up now. It actually lines up. Like, it lines up with the. What are you saying? Like, it's feasible now. So I just have to see what that means now. The 7, like, where's the extra 7 going? That's the question. Because I did wind up at 58, the number I had to get to 5488. Because 5488 is still 7 years from the. In the middle of the covenant. So if you, so that's the additional. You shall confirm a covenant for 1 week. So is that 7 times? Is that another? The middle of the week you should put an end. So that's an additional, like, 49. Is that an additional 49? 5488 plus 49. It's 5537. What happens in 5537? I don't have anything there. I don't know. Maybe I did the math wrong. I don't know what's going on. Because I did the 7 and I did the 6, the 7 and the 62. So what am I missing? Did I do the math wrong? The covenant made with many started in 1972. So because 120 Jubilee cycles, right? We're given 120. And, oh man, my brain isn't working anymore, but we're going to keep going. I just want to get this figured out. 2107. Divide by 49. That's 43. So that's 43 cycles. So if you do the math, you have 77. So there's 7 that I missed out on. But how do I fit that into the narrative? Like, where do those fit in the prophecy? Like, it's just there. You just put them in, because I don't see it in Daniel. Even though they do fit, you just don't know where it says to put that. So I guess I figured it out. It was just a matter of where do the 7 remaining ones go? Because I know I'm missing 7 cycles. I mean, I didn't include them. That's why. So once you put those 7 in to make 120, it's trying to make sense of this last thing, and then I'm gonna just go to bed and sleep not too much, but it was worth it anyway. I really enjoy this. It's like this is next level, you know? Like, I don't understand where the 7 goes. Because I did 62, I did 7. But where's the other seven? Like, where does that fit in the narrative? Because I'm supposed to add seven, but there is a seven. But where does Daniel say, okay, is that the 2300 days? Because that's part of it. 2300 days is that's 3.5 years. Oh, that's 6 years. Oh, that's what it is. That's the one he was talking. It's that. It's the 7 years. I guess. Okay. I'm going to read this slow. You shall confirm a covenant with many. 70 weeks are decreed. Know then, understand from going forth is 7 weeks and 62. Shall be built again. After the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off. And the people of the coming prince will destroy the city. You shall confirm a covenant. In the middle of the week, put an end to slaughtering. So it's Daniel 70 weeks prophecy. So it is 70 weeks, but where do you put in the remaining? Because I put I feel like I'm missing. I don't get it. Maybe it's because I'm behind in my count. But I don't think that's what it is. Oh man. It's talking about all this stuff about the UN. So I'm gonna skip that. Go to the conclusion. Oh, here. Covenant made with many. Agenda 21. Conclusion. Okay, right. So I'm not doing a 2,000-year gap theory. I don't agree with that. Like what he was saying, like we both don't agree with that. After 62, anointed people will be defeated so badly. Again, after the 69th Jubilee cycle. So I'm behind a few cycles now. That's what I noticed. Because I have 2107. Right? So that's the answer, I believe, is the one. when you add the 343, that's when you're at King David, I believe. And then you add the 3038, brings you to 5488. And 5488 is still a ways off. So I'm behind by a little bit. No, it's just there's 7 weeks missing. I don't know where they went. They don't have the same year as to. Sabbatical cycle, the fourth curse of Leviticus. Oh, I see. Right. So he's saying 70 cycles from the command, which I think is which I'm saying is this command, 1 in 2107. I'm saying that's 70. So that's 343 is something. 5537. Oh no, I didn't say it was Moses. I said it was the command to build Jerusalem. So that's actually 2108 plus 343. So I have 2451, and then I have 2451 for that year. So I just add 3430. I get 5881. So we have here's 1387. I think I also have 1837, but it's just I reckon it as a different event. 1387 for the book here says that it's the year that the Exodus. I say it was the year that King David was in command, because when he commanded, he was anointed essentially. So that's the difference. The difference with my reckoning of the time, but that's probably the biggest difference. And then from there, we just agree. 50 up to the. So that's not the problem. The problem is where do I fit the other 7? Because I said 7 years to the answer. from the answer to the building of Jerusalem, and then another 62 to the cutting off Messiah. So how did he get there then? Is what I'm wondering too. Like, I don't understand how he got there as well. See, if I look at 5488, I don't know what, maybe I'm just missing what he wrote here. 5488, what happens? Nothing. It's just the end of the 112th cycle. Like, it's not even of consequence. So how do you... Because we both got the same year. And we ended up in the same year, but he's able to fit in the rest of the years. I don't know how you do that. So from the going forth of the commandment to... so he said from Moses to Messiah the Prince. He said that's 7. I said that's the forth of the commandment to... yeah, we agree it's both King David, right? So we both agree on that. That's not a problem. It's just, what do you do after that? Like, what do you do with the 2450 now? If I still have 62 years to go, times 49 plus 2450, I'm still at 5488. Like, I don't know what I do with the remaining years. There's still more cycles left over. Like, I don't get it. I gotta ask him that question, I guess, because it makes no sense to me. I'm just gonna end the stream because I'm really tired now. I don't know. No more gas in the tank. Probably 5-hour stream. I have no idea. The longest stream of YouTube history. It's a long stream. Okay.